how much of that went through, but I love that if it did. Hello, everyone. We are live for mid-year reading Scramble Sprints. This is a readathon hosted by the lovely Margaret. Oh, yay, I pointed in the right direction.
Right.
Go me. By the lovely Margaret. The announcement video is linked in the description box, as well as everyone you see on the screen. If you don't know a face, go check out their channel. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you can go check the announcement video as well. However, if you're not reading for the Scramble, that's fine too. We're just going to be doing like 4 to 5 hours of sprints for the evening. So we're going to go around and we're going to say what we're reading. As you're popping on, let me know what you're reading or doing this evening, and then we'll get started. Margaret, what are you reading?
Well, I am realizing that I need to pull this cover up before I say something.
That's fair. We'll skip Margaret and come back. Nifa, what are you reading?
I'm reading Addicted to You.
Nice. That's on KU?
No.
Oh, I thought it was.
It's the first book in like the Calloway sisters or the Addicted series. I don't know. Okay. But it's by Kristen and Becca Ritchie. All right. Apparently this is like a book talk type book. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't really mess with book talk, but somebody that I watch was reading them. So I got the first one from the library, which Margaret, I think, was on sprints with me when I got it from the library. And then like read the first few chapters and then proceeded to buy the entire series on my Kindle.
I think you informed us that you had bought the entire series. I don't know.
I love this for you.
I bought the entire thing. It's going well. It's going great. But I'm doing like the current TBR there you go. Currently reading board, so it fits for the first one, which is most recent because it's the most recent thing I bought.
Smart.
And started.
Yeah.
Nice.
So,
I love that.
Listen, you can just create some currently reading if you don't have enough currently reading.
Right?
If it wants to speak to you, go for it.
Read 2 pages and now you're currently reading. It's that easy. Bri, how are you doing? What are you doing? What do you have for tonight?
I am reading The Firefly Summer, and I have a video that I am finishing up the description for so it can go live. So I'm going to do that and then go back to this.
Nice.
Although
you were reading that yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the one you were reading yesterday?
Yeah, she's trying to find out about her family that she didn't get to know because her mom passed when she was 3. So she goes to meet them, and like her mom's side of the family turns out it's a big family. Well, sort of.
Yeah.
And they go to this campground that they own every year for the summer. And so shenanigans of, camping type stuff,
Oh, that's fun.
Middle grade cute camping things. They just made s'mores, and she just saw her first fireflies because they don't have them where she lives. So that,
Well, that's nice.
All the summery cuteness.
I love middle grade. It's just so fun.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to be reading, starting because I haven't started yet, The Paris Daughter. It's an arc that is out already because I'm behind, but that's okay. It's only been out for like 2 weeks, which is actually not that bad for me.
That's the point where I see if I can get the ebook like either the physical book or the audiobook from my library.
Yes, I have the audiobook now, so that will help me get through this a bit quicker. So that's my plan for tonight is I'd like to get to 50%. That's probably a lofty goal, but we'll see what happens. It depends on how the night goes. Margaret, did you pull up your...
Yes, I did. I'm reading Miss Percy's guide or pocket guide to the care and feeding of British dragons. It's super cute. It's a very Regency. It's a Regency thing, and they've discovered a dragon egg in some possessions that were left to our main character, who is 40 and at this point considered a permanent spinster. And she just kind of ends up the vicar ends up offering to help her catalog things, and she's like, sure. And it's very obvious this man has been admiring her from afar for a while, in a kind of a cute way where he's been too nervous to really go more than hi at church as they're leaving because he's their pastor basically. And so their meet cute was cute, and then he's just like, well, do you want to I could help you catalog, you could just bring it over to the vicarage and we could catalog it there and blah blah blah. And I'm just like, oh, this man is he thinks she's hot.
I love that. That sounds, I feel like, was that a title that was one of Bree's Patreon?
It's a Spiffbo book.
Okay, maybe it wasn't because I could have sworn I've heard this title. So maybe that's where I heard the title.
It was a Spiffbo book. She definitely read it. She thinks I'll like it. She didn't like it as much. It's very voicey, so it's not going to work for everybody. I'm enjoying it, and there's not enough kissing.
That's fair.
Anyways, I want to make a merch shirt that says there's not enough kissing in this book, but then I know people will take it the wrong way if I'm wearing it out.
I mean, I would like to see the reactions of you wearing that out for sure. Let's see who's in the comments and do all the hellos. Hi, Sarah. How are you? Cool gamer. Kayla. Oh, the Endless Unread. I know your first name. I can't think of it now. You're going to have to remind me, but hello. Hello. Hi, Taylor. Reading The Sundown Motel. Editing my new video. Lovely. Reading the cheat sheet. Hello, hello.
Probably actually adjust my headliner to what I am actually currently doing while we're here.
You know, sometimes I forget and I'm like, oh no, that was what I was doing on like 2 sprints ago. But anyway.
There we go.
Started Birthday Girl, 10% through. Nice.
Ooh, interesting choice.
Reading Secretly Yours by Tessa Bailey. Oh, I hope you love this. This is probably my... Neva and I have similar opinions on this. This is good until the third act breakup, and then it kind of has a moment. We were going to 5-star this book until the third act breakup, and then we had to deduct it a little bit because it was so outlandish. But
I gave it 4 stars, which is still really high for me, especially with contemporary romance. But like,
it was fine for neither of us.
The whole time I was like, yes, 5 star. And then the third act break was just so stupid. Like,
it was so stupid. It was so stupid.
It's funny. Like, there's this stupid third act breakup where it's like, this is so outlandish. I can't even believe that these people are doing it. Like, you can do a stupid third act breakup if it have it be like, people are stupid kind of thing. But like, to do it the way when it doesn't make sense for it's out.
My thing is that the third act breakup was stupid in the fact that there could have been communication. I don't love
it is the worst miscommunication I've ever seen in a book in my life.
I have to read this now just to see.
But then the way that it got resolved, I was like, this would never happen in real life. Never. It was so good up until that point that it is still my 3rd favorite Tessa Bailey book because it was so good up until that point. But
my God.
It really had a moment there at the end.
It really.
I still would recommend because, like I said, I still really liked it up until that point. But just keep that in mind. Hello, ooh, Jar of Hearts. Jar of Hearts is going to be one of my best books of the year. I know this already, so I'm happy to see that you're loving it. Hi, Nicole. Yes, I know you're having sprints as well, so I'll be jumping back and forth, I'm sure, in the comments. Starting Ice Planet Barbarians. Oh, I'm so happy for you. Have a lovely time. We love IPB over here. Going to be doing laundry. Very good.
I should do that too.
Margaret Miss Percy's Pocket Guide is a book I've recently added to my TBR. What do you think of it so far, or have you started?
I am about 136 pages in, and it's kind of in this, like, it's not quite Jane Austen because it's Regency era, and we're having some of those similar tropes to be seen. But it is delightful. I am having so much fun because, like, the dragon just hatched a little bit ago, and so now our main character is just like the love interest is like, this is so cool. I know we got to do something about, but this is so cool. And our main character is like, we have a baby dragon.
I mean,
the stress is just coming off of her, and it's really nice because it has an older protagonist, and I really like the voice. Now, the one thing I will say is, like, it has kind of asides and parentheses.
Mm-hmm.
Some of those get a little confusing and a little bit convoluted. There have been a couple, so I know, like, some people may find it a little hard to follow, but I'm loving it. I'm having so much fun. I cannot wait to see.
I mean, you have to be pretty sold at baby dragons.
So far, my one critique of this book was that the second sentence of the entire book was, once people believed the earth was flat in the center of the world. And I was like, actually, guys, I had to stop and do the vlog and be like, so here's the thing. Like, there was a group of people at one point for a very short amount of time that thought the earth was flat and the sun, but most people, like especially people who sailed and like went over, they knew it wasn't flat.
Mm-hmm.
Like, more people have known the earth wasn't flat than people that thought it was. Exactly. And I couldn't remember this. I can't remember the source because somebody, like, that's something that I just recently learned, and I can't remember the source. But I remember them talking about that and being like, it wasn't like people didn't like. That's not like an overarching belief that all of humanity has always had.
Right.
Just some really dumb dudes in Europe for a while.
I mean, that makes sense.
And even like, what was it? Like Columbus was, yeah, like somewhere around that area. Like there were a lot of people like the earth's flat, and they're like, no, we know it's not flat because we've sailed. Like you can see the way the horizon. It's funny.
True. Working on completing One Dark Window by Rachel Gillig. Nice. For the third prompt of debut author. And it's so freaking good. I love that. Love that. Hi, Zoe. I feel like I've seen you on your channel.
Yes, I've seen Zoe.
I missed you. How are you? It's probably getting very late for you, but thank you for hopping in the comments. Hi, Kelsey. How are you? Eating dinner and then finishing after I do. I'm going to need your thoughts on this.
Well, she's my favorite reading bestie as well.
I know.
Yes. Right? Ari's got to say hi to Kels.
Margaret has also been inducted into the favorite.
I have been. I am inducted with a badge of honor.
I love this. Here's another one of Ari's favorites and all of ours, obviously. Hi, ML. Good to see you. It feels like it's been forever. It has. You've been moving though, so that's fair. Because when you move across the country, you know you have to take a break from sprints. So fair.
You gotta take a break. Go.
How are you doing? Are you all unpacked? Let us know. Hi, Ro. Grading this afternoon. Some of the summer classes I'm teaching end of next week. Nice. Hi, Leandra. Reading Happy Place. But my next read for the Scramble will be the fabulous Clip Joint for my physical TBR. Nice. So much reading, right? I'm hoping to get through. Oh my goodness, Amanda. I knew this was you. But like my brain short-circuited because you have a different username than Egyptian Spirit. And that's why this is why I short-circuited. This is what happened.
So it wasn't entirely your fault, Brittany. Like Amanda tricked you.
I mean, but I knew it had changed. So it really is still my fault. But I was like, why can't I think of it?
How recent was the change? Tell me that.
A couple, I think Amanda goes back and forth between the two accounts. So I think that might.
Okay.
I think it's not completely my fault, but it's still my fault.
If it's a recent one, it's not on you. That's not.
Yeah, it's still my fault that I forgot, but I will forgive myself for that one because if it would have been Egyptian Spirit, I would have been like, oh, Amanda. Third egg breakup have to be well thought out, right? They have to be done well for me not to be like, what has happened? Hi, Chrissy, just reading fanfic because I have been feeling very slumpy with a few DNFs in books I didn't love towards the end of last month. And I just need something familiar and indulgent. I love this. Enjoy your fanfic. Reddit, 5 stars. That was for Secretly Yours, I think. I saw that pop in at that time. Right? I was like, that fits.
It really was a very, very like much smaller thing than we make it out to be.
Mm-hmm.
So, like even people actively in the church when they were going after Galileo or whatever, there were people who were like, "Yeah, this is."
Hi, Jean. How are you? Join the Hunger Games readathon. That's being hosted by Break Even Books, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
Starting my first book, Crazy as a Loon by Haley Edwards. Lovely. Yeah, I know it's getting late, but thank you for dropping in and saying hi. Everyone's saying hi to ML. Ollie says hi from the kitchen. Hello, Ollie. We miss you both. So glad to see you. Added a new library card. That's always exciting.
I should do that. I really should.
Whose friend who likes to play?
I don't know.
No,
Bye.
that's not. You are.
Yes, it won't get here. It
I-
won't get here until the 7th or 8th
Bang,
of this
bang,
month.
bang, bang.
So they still have until like the middle of the
Who
week.
makes me
That's
happy?
so desperately
Okay,
difficult.
thank you.
Like,
That is
ML.
so frustrating.
I'm so sorry because, like, can you even imagine?
No.
I cannot. A week till you get your stuff. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, Mel. That's awful. We've been missing you too. Yes, I have been following all your coloring content while I've been healing. I've been laid up for weeks and I've been watching everyone's lovely crafting lives. I'm like, I need to start crafting. Been reading The Housemaid and loving it so far, and we'll probably read the sequel. Love it. I've heard good things. I know Michelle from Michelle Libraries liked both of those books. So actually liking it so far. Interesting, but totally not a situation I would be doing in real life. That's fair. Not all books have to be situations you would do in real life, but you know, that's fine. I mean, I don't have dragons, but in romance, I kind of expect it to be more real life-esque.
A little bit.
Especially contemporary romance. Like obviously like dark romance, I don't expect that to be
No.
realistic. I mean, I'm not trying to have
Or healthy.
those toxic relationships. But I really read like this book. I would actually categorize this at least this first one that I've read so far. I would categorize it as a dark romance
Mm-hmm.
because both of the main characters are addicts.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that makes sense.
It's like one is an alcoholic and one is a sex addict.
So there's a lot of trauma and stuff.
Yeah, and
hidden behind it. Yeah.
it's like fake dating because
Mhm.
like they pretend that they're in a relationship, like down to like living together to hide their addictions from like their family.
Mhm.
So like I would categorize this as like dark romance because it's toxic. Like I'm not gonna lie to you. But like in contemporary romance, like I want it to feel realistic.
Yeah, I agree. I
I
agree.
feel like a relationship that you would be okay with, like you or your friend being in.
As much as fake dating never actually happens in real life,
Other than yeah.
Mom, you said call number
which is okay.
It
Oh,
is.
I'm glad you planned ahead, but still, that is just awful, Amel. I'm so sorry. I am feeling much better. I'm feeling much better. Some days are better than others, but I'm starting to feel much better. So luckily, I'm back and ready to read and stream and see all my friends again, which is lovely. Also set up my Amazing Race reading list. Yay! Find many blue books as possible. Yes, go Team Blue. Go Team Blue. The other two people on the screen do not agree with Go Team Blue, but that's fine.
I mean, I think we're literally all on different teams.
Yeah, we
If
are.
you want the easiest team, I guess go ahead and pick it.
There are so many blue books.
Because I'm on Team Yellow, which means that I've put a whole book on hold. I was gonna, yeah, okay. I was gonna read Yellowface this month, and
Yeah.
then I was like, why are you gonna read that?
No, definitely save it.
Wait till August.
We have some purple representation.
Yes. I was going to read Small Miracles, but that's one of Brianna's favorite books.
Mhm.
So I was like, well, I guess I'm waiting. That's a Spiffbo book that's waiting till August now it's gonna wait. I'm just saying. If you don't want a challenge, sure.
Margaret and I have been going at it since the readathon announcement went up as to which team is better, blue or purple.
I'm like, I really did not we did not think this through because I was gonna be like, you knew that it was gonna take it over.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We didn't think it through though at all. But right now we're going to jump into our first sprint for these set of sprints. Certainly not the first sprint for the whole day because Margaret and them have been going forever.
I've been going since 10 a.m.
I
need help making a volcano.
You've been going for a while.
Yes,
So-
and if I am not back, it is because I am in the middle. I'm thinking I'll have all of the food stuff done.
Mhm.
But like once I start my dinner, like it could take sometimes more than obviously the planned time that what's it called says it should take.
Yeah.
So
No
I
worries.
may be here by the end of the sprint. I may still be downstairs.
That's fair. Totally fine.
No reading will be getting done. You will, and I'll be, it'll be muted, so you can't hear me screaming at the television. It'll be fine.
That's fair. That's fair. We love that. Let not mute myself because that's not starting the timer. That's not helpful in any way,
It's
shape,
not.
or form. Everything's fine. Let's go. Hello.
My cell phone.
We're back. Hold on. Let me click the right StreamYard button. How did that sprint go for everyone else? I got to 11%, which is not bad. Probably won't get to the 50% like I was hoping to, but that's totally fine. We'll see what happens. How did your sprint go, Bree? How did it go for you?
Well, right at the end of the last chat, you saw me jump out. Yeah, Kaiden woke up, and he was not happy about it.
That's fair.
He was very not happy about it because he woke up hungry. And so I got him something to eat, but he was still kind of mad. I think he's got a couple teeth coming in. So we're in struggle mode there. And so
it's
was
hard
kind of
to get
upset.
teeth. That's
Yeah,
hard.
it hurts. Like, I mean, come on.
It's
So
painful.
we took some Motrin, so hopefully that will help.
Very nice.
But in the meantime, he's coloring now. I got this Color Wonder. He loves Bluey, so I got this Color Wonder Bluey set because I saw it in Walmart, and he's a huge fan. So I just keep it in the where he doesn't see it, and then if we're having trouble, do you want to color? And I'll get it out. Color. And
it's like almost new every time that way, right?
Right. It's like when you make an activity less frequent, it makes it more exciting.
Exactly.
So
let me see where we were in the
brown one, if you can tell from the brown. He just I got no reading done, but I did get my video posted, so at least I did something productive.
Very productive. Is it live now or is it just scheduled?
It's
live. Okay. So everyone in the next sprint, what should we be doing? Watching. Oh, hi Neva. Sorry, I didn't see you pop in. I saw. Oh, okay, hold on.
Oh wait,
hold on. All the things are wrong.
Okay.
I didn't see. Oh, Neva, I don't know what's going on.
Can you hear me?
I can, but it keeps kicking you out of StreamYard.
Okay, so it's claiming that I don't have a camera, so if I try to turn my camera on, it's like, you don't have a camera.
That's so strange.
Weird. It wants me to like log out of Google, but like I'm gonna have to leave during this one anyway, so you're just gonna look at my floating head.
That's fair. That's fair.
I read a little bit, like, I don't know. I'm at 29%. I was like 1%. Still going great, you know? And then I also took a shower so I can get ready for work.
That's fair. Good productivity sprint. We love those. Jean, I think this comment came in before we left, but I missed it, so I'm going to do it now. Was going to read Serpent in the Wings of Night yesterday, but realized it was a blue book and a favorite. Definitely should hold it for the Amazing Readathon for double points or whatever the bonus points. That's what I meant. Hi, Camilla. How are you? Reading The Night of Many Endings by Melissa Payne. Nice. We had actually a few people join us on the Hello, Team Blue. Yay, Team Blue. Hi, Sasha. How are you? And Andy.
I'll have you know that Kaiden is currently holding the blue marker.
He's like, Bluey. Yes, Team Blue. We're recruiting them young.
Right
off the bat. Got my video edited, and now I need to love you and leave you as it's almost midnight. That's so fair. Have a good sleep. I'm sure you're already gone because I think this was from a bit ago, but I hope you're having a good night's sleep. We'll pop in from time to time. Happy reading, everyone. Hi, how are you? And Steph's here too. Reading Daughter of No Worlds. Are you liking Daughter of No Worlds? I would like to know. Hey friends, 25% into Yellowface. This book is already a 5-star. I need to read this because I loved Babel. So like, I mean, I know I'm gonna love this, and I pre-ordered it and I own it, but I'm kind of, I don't know. I just haven't had a chance. And I don't think I'm going to have a chance during Amazing Readathon because it's a bright yellow book. So frankly, like that's not going to happen. So it may happen in September. And if it doesn't happen in September, I might leave it because last year I did a challenge of ending the year and starting the year on a 5-star. So if it doesn't happen by September, I might just hold it for that because I used Babbel for that and that worked out very well. So what are we all reading? I'm reading The Paris Daughter by Kristen Harmel. It's an arc that has already been released that I should have gotten to already. So, you know, that's a thing. Bree, what are you reading?
I am currently reading The Firefly Summer. You asked
Which
who
is
my
a very
favorite
cute
is.
middle grade. It was very cute and described like very summer camp middle grade.
It's the new Morgan Matson, her first middle grade that I'm aware of. It's pretty cute so far. Yeah.
You're back.
I'm working on the physical TBR board, and this one is for a vlog.
Nice. That's the one I'm doing too, is the physical CPR. The next one I need to do is for a vlog. It's not this book, but I'm going to do the hunting party sometime this week for that prompt. Finish grading a group of tests. Very good. I'm glad you got your camera fixed. And I see your face now. Neva?
Yes.
I was like, oh, does her microphone not work now?
No, because my ride was like, I'm not gonna be there till 7:20, 7:35. And I was like, okay, well, never mind. I'm just gonna close out and come back then because I'm not gonna sit here until for that long with no face on the screen.
That's fair. My book comes with margarita recipes. That's a good book. 5 stars.
Right, the recipes.
5 stars just for the recipes. Showered, then read page. That is perfectly productive. There are times where I just like scroll Instagram during sprints. So, you know, the sprints are for all the things. Got to 17% of all the birds in the sky. Hello, Butterflies and Books. Joined a little late, but read 13 pages of Chain of Gold. Ooh, that's a chunky one. That's chunky. Hi, Jen. How are you? Reading The Other Black Girl and got to 10%. Also, I'm at work, so I'll be in and out. That's fair. Thank you for hopping in while you're at work. If you're still in, what are you thinking of The Other Black Girl? I would love to know. It's on my TBR. Going to go eat. I'll be back. Sounds good. Have a good dinner. Hi, Sarah. How are you? We had a lot of people join during that. I'm like, I'm still catching up on the hellos. I like being narrated to, but don't like the book. Oh, okay. The Archive of the Undying is a 2.5 so far. Oh, that's so sad. Tries to be Gideon of the 9th, but Tamsum Mir is actually talented. I'm 25% in. It's a 16-hour book. Oh my, for a 2-star read, that's going to be a slog maybe. Wait for the audio if you don't already have it. I'm glad. Yes. Oh, I'm not reading Yellowface without the audiobook. I'm immersion reading that for all it's worth because it's probably my most anticipated read. So I just want to like sit and immersion read it and enjoy it for everything that it has to offer. Because that's what I did for Babbel. And I know they're very different books, but still, that's still what I want out of the experience. I actually have the audiobook now, but like I know I'm not borrowed from Libby, but like realistically, it doesn't fit into any of my video projects for the month. It doesn't fit into my Scramble really well. So like there's really no place for it to live. And I don't want to rush it. I want to like have the time to like really sit and enjoy it and not feel like rushed, if that makes sense. Hated Gideon the 9th, like loathed it. Oh no. DNF'd it very early on because I cannot with her writing. Her choice of words drive me nuts and I couldn't picture anything. That's fair. That's fair. Not every book is for everybody. I have not picked up Gideon the 9th yet. I'm up to tales about it. I kind of want to try it, but I'm not sure if it's fantasy, but I feel like it's not the type of fantasy that I necessarily like read often. So like I'm not sure about it. So maybe I'll give it like a try chapter sometime or try like a little bit and see what I think. Hi, Nell. How are you? What are you reading and doing this evening? Just got the audiobook for Gideon this month and was so excited. I mean, a lot of people do love Gideon the 9th. So I think it's a pretty popular one. but who knows? Every book, there's some people who love them, some people hate them, some people in the middle. It's a lot, but I feel like I'm flying through it. Oh, Chain of Gold. Yeah, she's big, especially since I'm reading the Barnes & Noble exclusive edition. That book is beautiful. Good. Just had a shower and ready to read. Working on the last book in the Nora Roberts trilogy and reading the Coven graphic novel. Lovely. Hi, Kara. How are you? Trying to finish a couple of books, but I'm also doing some organizing plus video things. Lovely. Infernal Devices is also in my top 5 favorite series of all time. So I love that I'm returning to the world with these characters and their children. That's fun to like get a chance to see the characters you love again. I love Gideon the Ninth. It's frustrating how Archive reads like bad fiction. Oh no, or bad fan fiction. Oh, I'm so sorry. So far, The Other Black Girl is pretty good, but still so early in the book. Fair. Still getting used to it. Weekly vlogging is really helping me read any book I want. They all fit in vlogs now. Plus, I can still do theme vlogs like I did with Caravel. That's true. That's true.
That's why I like the Week in the Life vlogs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you both have kind of started weekly vlogging.
Yeah, well, I've been doing it for a little while just because I needed somewhere to like, I don't know, talk. Instead of just like, otherwise I like sitting here. Because before I started doing weekly vlogging, I would like sit in here and like pretend like I was vlogging. And I was like, why don't you just use this as content, ma'am? Just talking to yourself in an empty room, like, stupid. But it also lets me talk about whatever books I'm reading. Because like, I wouldn't have been able to talk about Priest. What was that, like last week or the week before when I read that?
That was like a week or two ago. Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't fit into my gay vlog like at all.
No.
And it didn't fit. And then like I was gonna do the dragon vlog, which I didn't end up doing anyway, but it definitely didn't fit in that. So I was like, how can I talk about this book without making like a smut vlog? Like, because I didn't want to do that. And I was like, we'll just do a week in the life and then talk about it.
Yeah. I mean, I watched it.
Thanks.
Reading. I do need to read Rainey's Caraval vlog though, but it only went out this morning and I've been busy all day. But I'm going to read that tonight or watch it. Read it. No, not read it. Watch it tonight or tomorrow. Reading The Reunion. I cannot picture this book. 1 minute. The title sounds so familiar and nothing is coming to mind. And that's going to annoy me. So I'm just going to look it up really quickly. Is this the Megan Quinn one? If it's not, then I don't know what it is. Gideon is a locked room mystery in space with necromancy. Oh, why did maybe I did. I knew it was necromancy, but I did not realize it was in space. That's something I did not realize. Found Gideon the Ninth had too many nicknames for the characters and very early on started to blend characters. Sounds like a book that would be helpful to have the audiobook and the physical book then, if it's a bit more confusing with that. Collecting all the Cassandra Clare novels right now so that I can read the entire series. That is a lot of novels to collect. I'm assuming this has to do with Gideon the Ninth. And if it doesn't, I don't know what it's about. Why did I'm going to go with this is Gideon the Ninth ML. If not, I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's got to be Gideon the Ninth.
It's got to be. It's got to be. I'm going to go with that's what this is about.
Otherwise, ML's really trying to bring chaos.
I mean, we love the chaos, so feel free. 41% into Jar of Hearts. It's still so good. It stays so good the whole way through. I'm so glad you're reading Jar of Hearts. It's definitely going to be my topics of the year. It's so good.
I'm reading that in October for Vlogoween.
You should. It's so good. Rainey gave it to me for the Rainey Chooses My TBR vlog or Booktubers Choose My TBR vlog like 2 months ago. And it was a 5-star. Rainey chose well. So I really don't mean to bash it. It clearly wasn't for me.
I haven't even read this book.
That's okay. I think the thing is,
I know nothing about this book.
Gideon the Ninth, I knew it was about necromancy, and that was it. I did not realize it was set in space. But I think it's like every book, there's people who love it and people who don't like it. Like there's no book that I can even think of that has like everyone loves it.
Yeah.
And even Fourth Wing, like everyone loved it for a hot minute. And then as more people read it, there were people that had, there were shades of different opinions.
Bro, why did I put this book? This book is on my TBR for mid-year scramble.
For Fourth Wing?
Yeah, because I'm on like chapter 10. Like I need to finish it, bro.
I don't know what chapter I'm on. No idea.
I needed like my newest release. My newest release that I own right now is Fourth Wing.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm on page 169. I have no idea what chapter that is. It's the end of a chapter. Couldn't tell you what chapter it was because I went into the hospital like the next day and have not picked it up since. And now I think I'm going to hold it for Amazing Readathon because it is somebody's favorite. Don't know who. I think Rye.
Yeah, it's somebody's favorite, but I was looking through our graphic for the favorites, and there are enough favorites on there that I've never read that it's okay.
See, it's the only one on there that I haven't read that I own.
Oh, I mean, there's plenty of them on there that I haven't read that I don't own.
Oh, yeah, there's tons that I haven't read. Of the ones that I own and haven't read, it's the Great Among, which I'm reading this month for Timmy's TBR. So
yeah,
that will have already been read. And then unless I roll it over, but I'm hoping to get to it because it's just so large that I'd like to not roll it over. And then the fourth.
Since I'm forcing myself to read things that are already on my Kindle list, I already broke my no buy ban by buying the first 6 books in this stupid series. Like, I can't believe I did that. Because I looked at it, I was like, oh, $25 for all 6 books?
Oh, that's a good deal.
And then I was like, why did you do this to yourself?
Because it was a good deal.
It was such a good deal, dude.
It was such a good deal. Going for sushi and taking out the garbage. Exciting adulting. I mean, sushi's exciting. Garbage lesson.
Sushi is great.
Yeah. Jar of Hearts. Loved Jar of Hearts. Jar of Hearts is so good. So good. Yes. What is your sushi order? That's a good question. California rolls are yummy. That is the end of the comments and the timer has gone off, but are you heading to work?
I have
Before I just put us into a sprint, would you like to say your goodbyes and promote the things and
sure.
do the end?
I will have Weekend Life Vlog going up sometime tomorrow. I hope between 10 and noon. If not, just please go watch it anyway because my videos perform terribly after 12 p.m. Eastern for some reason, which is fine. I'm just saying, if you want to watch it, go watch it. I don't think it's an hour long this time like it was last week, so at least there's that. The Gay Pride Vlog goes up this coming Friday, and then I have sprints on. Okay, yes, this is the right week. Okay. I have sprints on Thursday night at 8 p.m. Eastern. I think. It's either 7 or 8 p.m. Eastern. And then I will schedule these correctly this time. I have sprints again on Saturday morning at 12 a.m. Eastern.
Yes.
But I will make sure to actually schedule them for Saturday and not for Friday.
Fair.
Like I did last week.
Fair.
But that's all. That's all I have. Thank you for hanging out with me.
No problem. Have a good night at work.
Goodbye.
Margaret, you came just as we were about to go into a sprint, like as we hit the end of the comments.
I love it.
But
my food is done, so I can actually read this time.
Well, that's what I figured. This actually works out because then you can actually eat your meal and read. So we are going to go into a sprint, and I will see you all in 45 minutes. Hello.
Hello.
I made it to 21%. How did you do?
Nice. That's a good question. I was gonna sit down and figure that out, and then I realized I was using the wrong yarn.
Oh.
Luckily, I only got like 20 stitches in.
Oh, that's good. You caught it early.
Yeah. Yeah. Whoa, it would have stayed there if I'm not ripping out this blanket again.
You've been like in it staying.
This is the third time. 16 pages. I actually got some reading done.
Very nice. Very nice.
I also got 16 pages. Think I finally got Kaiden settled back down. He is teething, and I think he has not just the one. He had one on his bottom coming in, but I think he's starting to get another one on his top coming in too right now. So he was very not happy for a little while, but I think finally I had to give him some Motrin. I think he's finally calming down, and it's starting to work, so he's not so uncomfortable, and so hopefully he will be okay enough that I can just read. Not just for me, but for him.
Yeah, I was about to say for him as well, because
exactly.
And I'm gonna take that as that's not a good sign. It's hard to tell sometimes with kids whether they're it's a happy scream or a not happy scream. I do that with my son a lot. I'm like, is that happy? Do I need to run, or is everything okay?
Yeah, sometimes it's just because he realizes, if I make a noise, maybe someone will pay attention.
Where are the people? People are not looking at me. I should do something to get their attention.
I mean, also children like to roar.
They do.
That sounded like there were dinosaurs involved.
They do.
Yeah.
They like to make the noises. Dan, I saw a TikTok the other day where it was like parents and they're doing things and there's like all this kid noise and they're like, the noise that you are most concerned of as a parent is silence. Noise is not concerning. Silence, you're like, I haven't heard anything in 3 minutes. Like I need to know.
If there's a loud noise right before the silence.
Or that.
Like a, boom.
Then you're like, what was that?
Is everyone okay?
Is anyone dead? No. Okay. Is there blood? No. Okay.
I mean, sometimes even if there's bleeding, you're okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It depends on where the blood's coming from and how much of it there is.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, my son has only ever had one instance of like an actual severe injury. One time he was running down the hallway and he went to go in his room. He was like 3 and he went to go in his room and he misjudged the opening to the door and hit the door jamb head on at a full run.
No.
Obviously cut his head open in the process. And I was just like, I saw it. I was watching and I saw him like bounce off the door jamb and I was like, what do I do? I was just so shocked at what had just happened.
Especially because, like, when they're 3, they do seem a little bit more breakable at that age.
Yes,
like,
I was like...
Like, a teenager runs into the door, you're like, you're fine. You good, buddy?
It's true. Just shake it off. You'll be fine. But 3, I was like, oh, my. What has happened?
I broke a toe, I'm pretty sure, running out of my room once. Because I caught... So my toes do this weird thing where this one kind of sticks out a little bit when I don't have shoes on, and so it caught on the door jamb and went like that. And I'm like, I think I broke that.
That's the thing with toes; they don't really do anything for toes. They just kind of like tape it next to the other one.
This was why I did not I just put tape on it and continued to do my martial arts.
Yeah, they just kind of like tape you back to the next and just send you on your way. Hi, Sarah. I doubt you're still here, but hello, Sarah. And Rye, I really doubt you're still here because I know you're on sprints. So hello, but I'm assuming you're sprinting on your channel. Hi, Leandra. Off to make a late dinner. Lovely.
I have to finish. We've got all the cooking part of food prep done. So now I have to cut the lettuce and make the salsa and portion everything out.
Nice. That sounds good.
The good news is one of them gets to just stay home and I can eat it here. I can have tacos at home.
Mm-hmm. That's smart to like food prep it on Sunday though, so you don't have to like do it throughout the week.
Yeah, I thought about, because it's such a short week, I thought, because I can have lunch here tomorrow and Monday, I almost thought about just like doing my Fresh Kitchen or no, my Hello Fresh thing, and just take the leftovers to work the next day, because I thought about that. Like, it's always enough for 2. But then I was like, yeah, but I have D&D one of those nights, so it would be nice to have something made for dinner for the night that I have D&D.
Absolutely. Just one less thing to do. I always do that on Tuesday nights because I do sprints every Tuesday night. So it tends to be like everyone's coming home to eat and then like I'm trying to get on sprints. So I'm like, we're doing easy.
On Tuesdays too, because that's what we do D&D.
Exactly. I know this because I know that only some Tuesdays you're free to do sprints because of D&D.
Yeah. And it depends. Like sometimes D&D gets canceled.
Exactly.
And
then you're like, I can do sprints. And I'm like, great, come hang out with me. 65%, I'm determined to finish this book tonight so I can start Happy Place. I've been hearing great things about Happy Place. So
I've heard people who do not like Emily Henry love Happy Place. I'm like, are y'all okay?
I know, because even Michelle liked it.
Yeah.
Like, maybe I should pick it up because I read Book Lovers and People We Meet on Vacation. And I gave them both 3 stars. They were not my favorite things. It's just not my thing. Like, it's not anything wrong with the book. They're just not like my style of book. But now I'm like, should I read Happy Place?
I think I'll end up liking them. So.
Yeah, I don't know. They just didn't sit with me, but I can tell like that they're good books. They're just not something that like I was really interested in. Does that make sense? Like,
it's just not my jam.
Yeah, it just wasn't my thing. Exactly. And I tend to not want to try authors once I've tried them and gotten that feel, because I don't want to be rating books poorly just because they're not my thing. Because that doesn't seem fair to the the author or anything. When I know there's nothing really wrong with it, it's just not my cup of tea, you know?
For me, like if I'm in one of those situations, but it's not something that's wrong with the book, it's just not my cup of tea. A lot of the time I will give them I'll give them a little bit higher rating if I'm like, you know what, I can see the person that will like this.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I do with a vengeance 1-star books where the main character dies. I know people enjoy that. I don't care. I think it's terrible.
That's fair. See, I like death and destruction in my books.
I like death and destruction, but I want the main character to make it out at the end and me to at least think that there's a chance they'll be happy.
That's fair. I can see that. I don't think I've ever read a book. Well, yeah, I probably have, where the main character dies, but it's mostly like the side characters, not like tiny characters, but like, you know, the friends, the best friends of the main characters are brutally murdered. And I'm like,
there's a reason you don't hear me talking about Divergent on my channel.
That
was a thing.
That's fair.
For me.
That's fair.
I was so excited for that final book to come out. And I was like, no.
That's fair. Jen read 12% and actually had to work. How dare work make you work? Rude. Don't they know we're sprinting? Trying to read. 22 pages in. This book literally has everything: gothic setting, slow burn romance, highwaymen, heists, a really creative magic system.
I'm sorry. Wait. Remind me again, which book is this?
Hold on. Let me see if I remember. If not, can you put it in the chat? Because I cannot for the life of me. I'm trying to think. Oh, One Dark Window. Here it is.
One Dark Window.
You found it right as I found it.
I was like, oh wait, it's only 2 comments lower, so I really should have just looked, because someone else had asked that same question. I'm like, what book is this? And let me run and add it to my Goodreads.
I was on not on the live show, but talking to someone, and they're asking me questions, and I'm responding, and then they're lost because if I ask a question, I'll scroll down to kind of find the later comments to see it. I guess they don't. They're like, what's going on here? I can't remember who it was.
I actually knew about this book because Rainey got it recently, and the cover is gorgeous.
Yeah, I saw Rainey saying she wanted to read that.
Rainey bought it or got it from the library. It was in one of Rainey's vlogs for one of the reasons. Didn't realize we were back. That means the book is good. When you don't notice the timer has gone off, that means your book is really good. 40% into Yellowface.
It's Rebecca Kwong. Who's surprised?
Also been wanting to read One Dark Window for a while. Right. I mean, I love to babble. I cannot wait to read Yellowface. But I don't want to rush it. I want to have time to like really enjoy it.
Mhm.
And the next 2 months with big readathons, I don't know if that's the time where I'm gonna have
I mean,
time.
if you were on Yellow Team, it would be the time.
If I was on the Yellow Team, it would be the time. But with all the kind of secret collab vlogs and things happening with Amazing Readathon, and none of them I can read yellow books for.
I
Which is
understand
okay.
why you chose the blue books then.
I didn't choose blue books.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You didn't choose.
I didn't choose my team. The team was given to me. However, I love blue team. Blue books are the easiest book to fill, so I'm perfectly happy to be on the blue team and be a team leader for blue, but I did not pick my team.
I think all three of us that are on, I think I already said this, but all three of us that are on the purple team, that's our favorite color. I'm pretty sure.
I'm waiting for someone to call out Aoife for being not on purple.
I know, right?
Like, and I know purple is not Aoife's favorite color, which again, that's a whole other thing.
Rihanna was trying to like make sure she was balancing things out as
Absolutely.
well. So like there's an like it's not just like she didn't want it to be like teams where like there were two really small booktubers on there. She wanted the teams to have a chance.
Yeah, you need to have a good variety. And I think it's nice that all the friend groups are kind of split up a little bit too, because it makes it easier to kind of be competitive when you know people on the other team.
Yeah. Oh,
you know?
Aoife and I are already talking about alliances.
Who am I going to align with?
I don't know, because your complementary color is not a team color because it's orange.
Rude. I might do red because I can probably pull in crystal, but red's so small. Is it useful to me?
I mean, there is blue in both green and purple, so
I'll have to do some thinking about that. I have to do something.
I don't know if there's anything that we can like any alliances that'll anything that can happen with the alliance, but
yeah, who knows? I don't even know. I know that today on Bree Sprint, she said it might be helpful for a sequel.
Right. She did.
Yes, because
I forget what was said on Bree Sprint and what was said to me in like behind the scene. Like so much of today has been sprinting, and then there's stuff that like we've known that Cal and I have known she was planning this for a while.
Well, me too, because she was on my Sprint when she came up with the idea, and she was like, "Do you think this is a good idea?" Like in the private chat, and I was like, "Yes."
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah, like some of the behind the scenes planning, she's like been like, "Hey, does this make sense? Please help."
It's so good though. All the work that went into it, I can't even imagine. Yeah. Mount Everest TBR. Is this just like, is this for a readathon or is it just like your top tier TBR? Like that's my question. What's a Mount Everest TBR? That's my question. Everyone should read it. It's so good. I just put it on my thing, my Goodreads.
You had heist and highwaymen in the same sentence. I'm here for it.
Right? It sounds so good. And that cover's gorgeous. So, not that we should judge books by covers, but like.
I mean, honestly, yeah, because sometimes you get gorgeous books that are like nothing burgers on the inside.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about.
I wonder which book you are speaking about. Maybe a book that I have not picked up since page 169.
Oh, really? Was it going that poorly for you?
Well, and here's the thing. Here's the thing. I was actually liking it. I wasn't loving it. And I was like, am I missing something? And then I went into the hospital and I just when I got back out, I was like, I'm just going to leave it for now and come back to it later. I think I was just expecting it to be like amazing because I was led to believe that. And
see, I was not. Number one, because I saw, if you guys don't follow, my name is Marinez. It's always really hard to search her because it looks like Marines, but it is Marinez. And I don't want anything about the U.S. military when I'm trying to find her Twitter account. But she had she's been talking about some of the issues and like it's not just this book's issue, but like kind of the brown love interest or the ambiguous brown love interest. She did a really good video or TikTok on that that is so prevalent in adult romantasy right now.
Nice. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah,
what's the name of the channel? Sorry.
My name is Marinez. It's MAR. INES. She's one of the older booktubers, and she's just like she's been around forever, and she's very good at like critiquing stuff, and she makes you think about stuff in new ways. So I saw that, and also I saw the kinds of people who were liking it, and this is no shade to people who like ACOTAR, because I also liked ACOTAR at one point. I've heard things about the newer book that I'm like, maybe I just stop at the last book, and we don't ruin this character I really like.
That's fair. I tried to read Thrown a Glass with the Besties and realized that I just might not be a Sarah J. Maas girly.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of trying to read something that I know it's so loved, and I just know that it's not my jam, I gave up very quickly. I was like, I'm out. Bye.
Yeah, I read it, and I had a fun time reading it. I'll give you that. There were flaws in it that I was very aware of as we were going, and then they got worse.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I saw the people who were a lot of the people who were really liking it, and it's like the same people that read ACOTAR without any thought up here. You know, I was like, okay, like you guys, I understand you read for escapism. I don't think this is going to be my favorite book. I don't think, but because a lot of the time, like the stuff that they'll be, I'm like, I understand this is very readable, but it's not well written.
And that's fair. And I think there's a book for every person and a person for every book. And I totally think that's fine. And it's totally okay to like popular books and not like popular books. I feel like we need to normalize not liking popular books.
And now what we need to normalize is not attacking people for not liking popular.
Yes,
that's what we need.
Exactly.
Unless it's Percy Jackson, and in that case, there is something actually wrong with you if you don't.
I would not.
I know people who are cool.
FYI, don't watch my Thursday video. I did not like it. I just didn't love it as much as you love it.
Here's the thing. I don't actually need everyone to love Percy Jackson. I just need everyone to read it.
That's fair. I did read it. And I think I would have loved it. Here's a hint for my vlog. I think I would have loved it more had I read it when I was younger and had the nostalgia factor of it. And I think I missed that. But I did really love how digestible the Greek mythology is in it. And
I'm a Greek mythology girly, so I was going to like that at any time. And also, like, I didn't realize why I identified with Percy and Annabeth so much when I read it. But now I'm like, this should have been the first sign. This should have been the first sign that something up here was not neurotypical.
This is on my TBR, A Marvelous Light. I have heard amazing things about it. So I need to pick this up because Ro's doing it as a reread. And Ro has always got the good recommendations, frankly. Mm-hmm. Always. Never read Divergent, just watched the movies, but my friends were obsessed with the books. Does anyone know the reason they never finished the movies? I don't actually know why they never finished the movies. Do you?
Because there are multiple reasons they never finished the movies. Number one, the author shot the franchise in the head with the last book. Just like took them out and shot the series point blank in the last book because like everyone was so excited for the movie, and the way the excitement just right after the book came out.
That's fair.
The other thing that they did wrong, and this was a production thing, is they saw that whole, like when Hunger Games did a part 1 and a part 2, and Deathly Hallows did a part 1 and part 2, and they said, okay, we're going to do a part 1 and a part 2 of Allegiant, when with Allegiant, it doesn't make sense. Like, Hunger Games, there clearly is a beginning and a part 1 and a part 2. Deathly Hallows, there was clearly a part 1 and like those all those stories made sense that they did that because so much happened in those books. But that didn't make sense for Allegiant, and then a bunch of stuff like happened, like the movies were not doing well. Insurgent didn't do well. Allegiant did really poorly. They were going to make it a TV show, and then the actors were like, well, we didn't sign on for a TV show. We signed on for a movie. We're out. So.
Yeah, I guess if the movies are doing well, that makes perfect sense. Got to page 1. Are we just at the start of where we were? I'm very behind on comments. This is where we are. But anyway, got to 170 of Chain of Gold. That's okay. I'll catch up. Got to 57% of Jar of Hearts. Sometimes we get behind on comments. Everything's probably going to read One Dark Window next. The FOMO. Rainy falls to the FOMO quite a bit. Jar of Hearts is so good. An all-time fave. Rainy made me read Jar of Hearts, and it's going to be on my top books of the year. Like, I know this already. Your Goodreads TBR is as tall as Everest. Got you. I like that.
Ro, I'm actually now very concerned that it's like if it's tall as Everest, it could topple and bury you. I would like you to like do something.
Well, this is the Goodreads TBR, so it's not a physical, like necessarily physical stat.
I'm less worried for you now, Ro.
Yes, this is an electronic list. So if it was your physical TBR, which to be honest, if I started to stack my TBR, I'd be terrified to stand anywhere near it. But that's a whole other issue. Margaret, I'm going to be using the term nothing burgers when describing books that disappoint me.
Here's the thing, though. That twist at the end, I'm probably going to read it too.
I mean, an end can make or break a book.
There were parts of it that I really did genuinely have fun reading. It's not the best. It's like it's if 2018 Margaret had read this, she would have been the same.
Oh, we'll finish that question when Margaret comes back.
Of course.
We'll pick up that conversation in a minute. Christy, what's your crochet project? I would like to know, and I can relate to that. I used to crochet years ago, and I should pick it back up because everyone's making blankets and things, and I want to know. Loving Throne of Glass. I know. I'm sorry. I left the besties for that one because I just gave up. Margaret, are you back?
Maybe. Am I back?
I think you're back.
Okay, yeah. Akamath is one of those books that I accidentally finished. Like, I sat down to read a couple of chapters after lunch, and then it was 6 hours later, and 5 minutes after my library had closed. And I was desperate for the next book. So, like, there was a me that would have really, really had fun and probably not seen a lot of the flaws.
Mm-hmm.
But this is me 5 years later. And also, they're just like, some of the writing was not great.
Hi, Rye. You're back. I said hi to you and was like, I doubt you're still here because you're sprinting too. But hello. How are you?
Honestly, Rainy, Akatar was not even the good one. The second one is the one that's really good because that's when things really get going.
There you go. See, I know nothing about Sarah J. Maas, and I don't think I'm gonna
like
anymore.
Sarah J. Maas really, like, you can kind of tell that she set out to write a book with a series that had two very different reactions to trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Because that is like, some people get traumatized and that trauma turns them into someone, or because they don't handle it healthily, they become someone who hurts the people around them. That's not an excuse. That's just a reality of how things happen sometimes.
Yeah.
And that's what happens in that series. And you knew, like, you could tell it wasn't, like, I went in knowing it wasn't in-game, so I wasn't mad about the switch that happens in book 2. But I also knew that going into Throne of Glass that was what was going to happen. But, like, it was one of those things that, like, there is a I don't remember a lot of Akatar, honestly. Like, apparently there were sex scenes in there that I blocked out.
Well, I know there are because I saw a TikTok once that there was an entire a sex scene that was 30 minutes in the audiobook, and I went, what in the hell is she describing for 30 minutes?
I don't remember this. Like, there is one scene I remember where she gets pushed up against the wall, and I think he grinds against her. And I'm like, I don't remember any sex scenes in this book, and I read it.
Apparently, some of them lasted quite some time.
Like, I could see some of the ones in Akamath lasting 30 minutes. Those were...
I was like, 30 minutes? Goodness, that's a time. I mean, I'm for it. I read KU romances all the time. Like, I'm not here. I'm not one to criticize. No. But that's a long time. They wanted to turn the last book into a TV series, but the cast wouldn't sign on.
They would have had to renegotiate the contracts.
That's fair. Hi, Courtney. How are you? Gonna get home and settle, and then you'll be back. The twist had a negative impact on her future books. All her newest books don't have that big push. I'm assuming we're talking about S.
Oh, I will never read another. No, Veronica Roth. I will never.
Oh, Divergent. Okay.
Again, ever.
That makes more sense, actually.
Yeah.
That makes way more sense.
I raged after Crown of Midnight. They made me mad with something that she does with one of the characters. And I know that there are a lot of people who are like, it's fine, that she's just a dumb right author. But I'm like, I'm still mad. I have other things I can. Someday I may finish the series, but.
Oh, why is this a thing? This doesn't need to be a thing.
Yikes.
That's
I'm gonna go walk out into traffic now.
That might be too much for me. Yay, Team Blue! Always get confused when I hear Christine Crystal. By the way, the books on my shelves are mainly blue, so Team Blue! Yay, Team Blue!
Most of my physical TBR is blue too, but I like a challenge.
That's fair.
I didn't care beyond it was my favorite color, and Brianna was like, I was like, am I gonna be Team Purple? I did offer to let if I'm like, I don't have to be Team Purple if I work on a different team better.
You're like, I really want Team Purple, but like I will concede if it really messes up your plans.
There were some other things behind the scenes. I was like, are you just double check that it's cool that I am with all of these people.
That's fair.
Like I don't
yeah.
So
no, that makes sense. Are you ready to sprint?
I am. I want to get this food prep done.
I'm ready to go.
Let's go.
I'm sorry, by the way, if you can hear Miss Rachel in the background anytime that I unmute. That's why I haven't talked a whole lot. Is because
you're fine. We
love
love Miss
AIO going on.
Miss Rachel's very simple, so you're fine.
You know, when the kid don't feel good, you let the kid have a little bit more screen time than usual. That's just how it works.
Totally.
Because, like, I mean, if my mouth was hurting, I probably wouldn't feel like playing that much either.
I got my wisdom teeth out and I did nothing but watch Bones for a week.
Right. So you're like
on the couch.
Literally for the last 2 weeks, it's all I've done. Literally. Okay, let's go. Hello. I got another 10% done, so I'm at 30% now. So I think I'll get close to 50, but not quite get there. But that's totally fine. How did your sprint go, Margaret? You're still muted. Oh. That was a whole. I was like, oh, maybe you weren't talking to me, and now you turned your camera off.
I came back looking like any Uchiha, apparently. Like, look at that emo bang. Sprint went well. I think we're almost done with episode 3 of Witcher. And I also got the lettuce stuff portioned out. We're working on the salsa. It just needs the jalapeno and the spices.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just need to finish putting the dishes in the dishwasher.
Nice.
So
progress being made.
Progress is being made.
Like I said, I made 10% and I put my child to bed. So now I'm alone in my quiet house and living my best life. Because there's nothing better for a parent than the end of the day when your house is quiet. You're like, quiet. It's very nice. Christy is making a star-rated blanket for the first half of 2023. I love this. Everyone's making me want to pick up crochet again. I haven't crocheted in probably a mat was probably small, so I'm gonna say like 10 years. It's been a while.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking about doing like books and blankets.
I saw that on Leandra Sprints.
Yeah. So I feel like we could just I'm putting it together in my head and trying to figure out, do I wait until after August?
I mean, don't overwhelm yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be my best recommendation.
Honestly, it's just one of those things like July and August, I'm going to be on sprints so much probably. When am I going to have time to do that?
Well, exactly. I was talking to Rye about secrets that I can't talk about this afternoon while you were on. I think you were still on Bree's sprints. I have no idea what sprints I was watching at the time. But I was watching sprints and talking to Rye. And I was like, oh, this is so exciting, but it adds another thing to the upcoming things list. And I was like, I'm going to need to like really sit down and see like what is priorities for the next few months and what can like be pushed aside, because there's just a lot going on in the booktube community the next 2 months. And some of the things that like, because I content plan pretty far in advance. So now I'm like, okay, well, we're potentially going to do a color vlog that I'm not going to talk about, but you know what I'm talking about. And so I'm like, okay, well, that means I don't have to can move something else, move it all around.
Yeah.
Keep it digestible, as we do.
Yeah, I was talking to Brianna. I'm going to do recommendations videos for each of the colors.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
I'm just got the blue one is I'm going to be like, just walk into a bookstore, guys. Just walk into a bookstore.
Just walk into a bookstore. It's true. Just look at a bookstore and you will see all the blue books.
Yep.
Kaiden update. He's now dancing. I think the pain meds helped. I'm so glad. And Bree said she'll be right back. So still grading, but going to grab an iced coffee. I love this for you. It's a little late for me to have coffee, but enjoy your coffee. Well, now ML's 4 hours behind me. So it's only 6:24 where Mel is. So that's a perfectly legitimate time to have coffee.
That's still a bit late for me to get a coffee.
Oh, I would definitely. I have drunk coffee much later than 6:30 p.m.
If I have to do low caffeinated tea or non-caff after 4 o'clock, or I'm awake, and I already have enough trouble falling asleep. So
yeah, I don't think coffee really keeps me up, to be honest. But I have insomnia, so like, who knows what keeps me up? All the things. Didn't read, put Lincoln to bed, and made a birthday book wish list for my mom. That's fun. She always buys me a lot of books, and it's fabulous. I love this. Yes, your birthday is very soon. The 7th? Am I a good friend and know the right date? I've already done the Amazon wish list thing, and it's on the way to you, love. Because I always I'm like, oh, don't forget. 15% for Jen. Got to page 200. Missed the last couple of sprints as I went for a walk. That's nice to get out for a walk. Still reading All the Birds in the Sky. I'm at 22% at the moment. Except now we have a newborn, so it's really quiet. That's true.
That's
true.
Understandable.
That's a thing. I was wrong. I just wanted to celebrate your birthday sooner. Okay.
You did the Amazon thing already. You good enough.
It's in my calendar, right? It's not in my head, right? Because we all put Kelsey, who's one of our friends for the besties, one day was like, it's my birthday tomorrow. And we all went, excuse me? Way to tell us the night before. So then we were like, okay, put all the besties' birthdays in the calendar. That's not fair to tell us the night before. We can't do anything about it then. Another 30 pages.
You can, it'll just be late.
Well, exactly. And that's what happened. It was just, we were all very late in celebrating Kelsey's birthday. And I was like, oh, well, you see, you have to tell us these things. Another 30 pages, so 67%. And finally got to some kissing. We've had some kissing.
Good.
Caffeine doesn't affect me anymore. Yeah, me neither.
I didn't used to think, because it's never given me energy, which is an ADHD sign.
Mm-hmm.
It's never done that. Like I had coffee one time when I worked at Chick-fil-A, and that was with a bunch of creamer that I probably should not have had because it was dairy.
Fair. I
didn't end up in the hospital, but like it made me jittery the one time and then never again. After that, I was like, yeah, caffeine, cool, I'm fine. So I didn't think it affected me either. But then I noticed that, like, if I drink highly caffeinated things, like later in the afternoon, it does affect how well I fall, and stay asleep.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't feel it. I don't feel I'll still be tired.
Right. Yeah, I can see what you're saying. I've heard somewhere that you're not supposed to technically drink like a caffeinated beverage after 3:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Apparently that's the time. And I'm like, but that's usually when I'm like searching for coffee. I'm like 3:30, I'm exhausted and I need something to help me, or I'm not going to make it through the rest of the day.
My cutoff is usually about 4 if I want to get in bed. Yeah, I'm already like sitting there going, because I could give y'all some of this, like, trying to decide what I want to do with that, like the Books and Blankets book club.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Oh, I like that idea.
Like, and it wouldn't even, like, I don't think it'd just be like, hey, once or twice a month we get around, we grab our projects. Maybe we're doing the same project, maybe we're not. Because like I'm still learning stitches and things. But you know, kind of, we just sit around and we talk about books and we sprint and then we come back and yeah.
I think that's a lovely idea.
What is it thought?
Because I mean, it does really work really well, like doing it during the chatty bits, because it gives you something to kind of like do while you're talking, as long as you can count and talk at the same time.
Well, I paused the talking to count.
Oh, that's fair.
If you haven't noticed with the mouthing.
Lately, my thing has been my hobby of choice for my hands is coloring, so that's what I'll be gravitating towards.
Yeah,
that's fun.
All month long.
Have either of you done diamond painting? I really want to try it, but I'm nervous that also there will be diamonds everywhere.
Yeah, I haven't. I do have a diamond painting kit that I got in Unplugged Book Box at some point last year, but I haven't actually opened it yet.
Nice. I really want to try it.
It sounds fun.
It looks fun.
It's a great time.
I'm slightly concerned that my OCD anxiety brain will want them to be lined up completely perfect, and that will cause me problems.
See, those kinds of projects, I mean, I can't speak to the OCD or the OCD part, but like, I know that when I at least when I start things, I'm like, it has to be perfect. Every line has to be straight. And then you get to a certain point where your brain's just like, I want this to be done.
Yeah, no, I don't get to that point.
I can, like, Especially, it's easier with art because, like, with my bullet journal and stuff, I don't care that the lines aren't perfectly straight. I don't hardly ever use rulers unless it's for something specific. Because it kind of adds to the handmade feel of it, you know?
Yep.
And I think the way that diamond painting works, to some extent, that can be the same thing.
That's fair. That makes sense. I'd have to try it to see, because like the thing is with, I'm sure anyone who has like a mental health or some things bother you more than other things, and it depends situationally on that thing. So I kind of won't know until I try it. But
for me with crafting and art stuff, a lot of times it's like the place that I lose that. It's like my need for perfection is not relevant there in that space.
Because art's not meant to be perfect.
Right. It's like whatever happens, and you make it work.
Yeah.
You try something different. So it's like for me, I don't experience that.
Yeah. Part of the creative process
like that's what that space is for me, is the space of freedom from the way my brain works all the rest of the time.
That's fair. I love that you're experiencing some favorite characters again. That's amazing. Caffeine calms me. Thank you, ADHD.
I read 38 pages.
Oh, yeah, right. You came back after we did
that.
Yeah.
Nice.
I realized that I hadn't even looked to see how many.
Honestly, I'm bad sprint host of me. I had forgotten that you would come back after we had discussed that. You must be almost past the halfway point, or almost to that.
I am past halfway now.
Yeah, I was going to say. Awesome.
I would like to say I'm going to finish it tonight.
Yeah.
It would be a stretch. It's let's see, 160 more pages. I could probably do it if I try really hard, but also
that's right. It's 8:30 here where you are.
Right, it's 8:30 my
earlier.
So it's possible, but also I do have work tomorrow, unlike some people.
I do so. For 3 hours.
TBD.
So fun. You're sprinting tomorrow, right, Margaret?
I am. I have 3 hours of work tomorrow, and then I get to go home. And it's like, ma'am, if you're going to do that, you might as well just give us the whole day off.
That's kind of like I don't know if they do this where in the States. The last day of school in Canada is just 2 hours in the morning to go in and get your report card. And then they send you home. And I never understood why they just didn't give us the report card at the end of. So like we go Monday for a full day. We get Tuesday off so that the teachers can have their thing. And then Wednesday we go for 2 hours. And I just don't understand why we do that.
That doesn't make sense. I'm like maybe just make it a report card pickup day, but like you don't actually have to go to school.
It never made sense to me. Ever. And I don't even know if that's all of Canada. I know it's definitely Nova Scotia. Maybe other parts of Canada do it differently, which they very well possibly could. But I always was just like, why don't you just give it to them on the Monday when they're leaving? I don't know. Get so bored quickly with diamond painting. If it wasn't done that night, I'd be pissed. You need a small diamond painting, maybe. Love diamond painting. Do it when I'm listening to, I'm assuming, audiobooks. That would be the natural conclusion to that sentence. Do cross stitch world on my iPad. It's like digital cross stitch. That's fun.
You have to check that out. That sounds like
I rotate between like physical crafts that I like to do. So like at the moment it's coloring, but like if I could switch back to junk journaling, or I could get back into yarn things, like Margaret over here.
I have never been like a big crafting person. Like I did crochet years ago, but I've never been big. But being in the book community, the crafting and book community are very much they are friends. They are friends. And now I'm like, well, I want to do all the fun crafts that everybody else is doing.
Did you see there is somebody on, speaking of crafting and books, there's somebody on Instagram. There are a couple of people on Instagram, but there's somebody on Instagram that specifically makes will take the covers off of modern books, like and rebind them. Like she binds them in hardcovers that look like those big cloth bound classics.
Yes,
They're
I've seen
amazing.
that. It's so fun.
Interesting. I'll have to see if I can find that.
Ah, that makes sense. That, and they may need the Tuesday to make sure the teachers are able to finish the
And that could be too.
finished grades and stuff.
But I still feel like then just have a full day. Like as a parent, it was very annoying. Because like you can't really go to work. It's very strange. Anyway, are we ready?
Errands.
Yeah.
At the very best, you could run a couple errands.
Yeah, you can like get a coffee and then have to come right back to the school to pick up. It's very strange. Are we ready to sprint? I think this might be the last one.
This is my last one.
This is probably gonna be the last one because it'll take us to 11:15 plus talking. So yeah, we'll make this the last. The last hurrah. Let me click all the things that I have to click.
There's so many things to click.
There's so many things to click when you are running the sprints. There's so many things to click. Margaret, just in case, because I know some people might head off where this is the last sprint and getting late. The next sprints are your channel tomorrow.
Tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern. I will still be here at the end, but yes, it is, and it's in the playlist. All of my sprints are in the playlist. I have your sprints for Tuesday in the playlist as well. I don't think anyone else has scheduled theirs that I've
getting there.
So far.
It's probably going to be a tomorrow project.
That's fair.
But as people schedule them or as they go live, I'll be adding them to that playlist so that anyone who wants to kind of needs sprints for another day, because obviously we're not sprinting all day, but anybody that needs sprints, they'll have that playlist and it'll get all of us some nice watch time.
Perfect.
I do these things for fun. I also do these things to help us all get watch time,
which we appreciate wholeheartedly. The watch time.
Right.
I might put that playlist in the description during the sprint. I have your announcement video, but I will add the playlist to the description as well. Also, if you're heading off, everyone's linked. So if you aren't subscribed to the lovely people, they're also in the description. But let's jump into our sprint and I will add that while we're on sprint.
Yippity doodle.
Let's go. Hello. We're back. I got to 39 pages and then it hit the end of a chapter, or 39%, not pages. And I was like, oh, the timer's going to be done soon. I'm just not going to start another chapter, and just sat here and scrolled Instagram for the remainder of that time.
I finished all the food prep. So
Nice.
ready to face the week and have food to eat.
Ready to take on the week. I love that. Brie, how'd you do?
I'm doing math. Hang on. 54 minus 28.
54 minus 28, that's 20.
6?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're all way too tired to be doing math.
It really though, for real.
We're like,
Yeah, that's how much I got. So
I'm like, this should not be as hard as it's
Right.
taking my brain to do it, but
right?
it's fine.
That's how I felt about it. I was like, I should
No.
be done calculating by now.
Hold on.
It's fine.
Because 25 times 2 is 50.
Right.
Is 26 correct?
I think so, because it's 24 to 30, and then you
Yeah.
add 2.
Okay, yeah.
Or at least that's how I did it. I was like, it's 24 to 30, add 2.
Oh no.
We are so tired.
You know, you've been reading too much when you cannot do numbers because you can only do words.
When you can't do the page calculations, it's a struggle. Oh, I did make a, oh, yeah. Even I was like, oh, I didn't change the layout. And then I was like, yes, I did. Okay. This is where we are for tonight, everyone. Hello. ML came back and went back and listened to the chatty sprint. I love that you know our time difference. Well, I knew that you moved to the other coast. So I just know that we're on the absolute as far as you can get and still be in North America and connected. And that's 4 hours. So. The place that you ordered coffee from lost power. But they'd already made your drinks, so you got them for free. So really, bonus.
Not bad.
Yeah. We love free coffee. That's the best kind of coffee. Coffee you didn't have to make, and that was free.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't read, but I have to try to work on some other stuff when the babies are asleep.
Mhm.
Finishing slides for my music teacher virtual conference. I'm presenting in next week. Nice.
Nice.
Got to 60 pages and worked on my reading journal for a bit. Lovely. Isn't that cool? Rainey does amazing stuff over on her music teacher channel as well. Rainey has a whole other channel for her music teacher. Got to 31%. 73%, almost there. I don't think I can sleep till I finished. I'm too invested. That's fair. I think that's always a sign of a good book when it keeps you up. Like, I rarely will stay up. Like, I will put a bookmark in anywhere and go to bed. But except for those books that like really, really just like have me. So like that's a sign of a good book.
Yep.
Finished after I do. What did you give it? I would like to know. Because I know Neva hated it. So I'd love to know. Neva gave it 2 stars. And I don't think Amy was like it either. This was a buddy read that I was supposed to participate in. And then when I'm overwhelmed, I'm so sorry.
It happens.
It happens. I was like, I'm so sorry. I can't do this. See? Yeah. Neva gave it 2 stars. I'd like to know what Kelsey gave it. Let's see. Made it to page 253 in The Rise of Magics by Nora Roberts. Lovely. Reread Soul Eater at 16% currently. Loving this MM monster romance. It's a bit of a thriller horror. Lovely. That sounds fun. Soul Eaters on Rainey's TBR. Very productive. Rainey was very productive. 2 stars. You're making me want to pick it up tonight, right? I mean, it's a little late to start a book. Maybe at least wait till tomorrow because it's apparently so intriguing that people are going to stay up. So maybe not a good time to start it. Reading more Soul Eater. I need to know what happens. Literally hated it because sucking me back in. You should have just DNF'd. 3. It was fine. Got a bit too boring for me. And it was our kind of fine and not Neva's kind of fine, obviously.
Neva has fine star reads.
I just want Neva to have merch that said it was fine, ... 5 stars.
Yes.
That's what I need in my life because
We
I
should
always
do
go.
a merch creating contest and pitch her different versions of that.
Because it's just so perfect. Do it, Rainy. I need to talk with people about it.
That's like me with Painted Devils.
This is funny. What isn't on Rainy's TBR? Jean is totally calling Rainy out. Rainy has the FOMO, and Rainy reads so many books at the same time. Everything is on your TBR.
That's relatable.
It's so true. Going to make that merch. Please make that merch. I will buy it. I will buy that merch. That's what I need in my life.
I'm still
Not everything is everything y'all said. I mean, you only have the good stuff on your TBR, right, Rainy?
I'm waiting for Brianna to make that "Is It Really the Next Day" t-shirt.
Oh, it's never it's so rarely the next day. I know. Vlogging is funny. Because sometimes I have the best of intentions to be like, oh, I'm going to pick up the camera right now. And then I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
The other night I was watching the Pyramid Book Club sprint. Michelle had to vlog for 3 books. And she was like, someone make me vlog. Also, I don't even remember when I finished these books. Like,
Oh, no.
That's relatable. Neva and her fine stars. Okay, that's a good one. What's a good one? Love the chemistry that presents on the page from the start. They are new colleagues who find each other annoying.
Oh, that's always a good
This is This Marvelous Light, right? I think. You need to make this. This is fabulous. It's a fine star book. I love it. Neva, you could have a whole range of fine merch. Just in time for 24-hour sprints in 2 weeks, we will have new fine merch. Neva.
Dying. I love it.
Neva and her 6 stars and her fine stars. I would buy that merch. I would buy that merch as well. So I feel like the best brainstorming happens on sprints.
That's one that can go either way because there are multiple definitions of fine. Because like there's fine and then there's fine.
True.
So.
I mean, if I was to wear that merch and it was fine stars, you're guaranteedly looking at a 3-star book. Because if I say a book is fine, it's not a good thing.
So.
Which is why
it's not like it's fine.
No, I would never. It's never my inflection. So I'm always like, it's fine, and that's a 3-star. And then Neva will go, it's fine, same inflection, and be like 5 stars. And I'm like, ma'am.
Yeah.
But I love it. It also works. Might as well add one more to the Goodreads list, right? I buy that too. Fine stars means 3 to me. Same rating, which is why it's so funny. Because it's so different.
For me, like, it depends. Because, like, it was fine means there was nothing wrong with it.
No, exactly.
And how, like, fine means, how are you doing? I'm doing fine.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many ways to interpret fine. And I think we've talked about this in sprints before, is that it's like a Midwestern thing.
Yeah.
That fine is a good term. Margaret called me up for this earlier with a Coho book that I said was fine. Her answer is, so it's 5 stars. I mean, we love it. Make the merch because I would so buy that merch. Like Dial A4 was fine.
Mm-hmm.
I love
What
those.
was it? I used to work at a warehouse. And one of the older gentlemen was like, hey, how are you doing? I was like, oh, I'm all right. And he looked at me, he's like, are you okay, honey? And I was like, yeah, I'm all right. He's like, just all right? And I was like, oh, dude. That's when I realized that older generations and different backgrounds have different meanings to words. He's like, oh, well, you know, where I'm from, that means like you're not doing well. You know, and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's the end of the sprints because we've all been so tired, and you've been sprinting for so many hours, Margaret.
I have. So I have been sprinting for 12 hours at this point because I started at 10 a.m. this morning.
That's a long go.
And then I sprinted all day yesterday too.
You did.
9:30 until 9 p.m.
You absolutely did. So we are going to head out here. The next mid-year Scramble sprints are on Margaret's channel tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Yes, 2 p.m. Eastern time at this point.
Great.
I don't have anything I have to do after work except stop and get some gas, maybe.
Perfect. So. And Bree, you're doing Thursday night sprints?
Oh, yes. Yes.
See, look, I pay attention.
And maybe add some more in if we have some other free nights and I feel like it, then I may add some more in, you know, as needed.
Perfect. And I'll be back here on Tuesday, but all of that is in the playlist that I did remember to put in the description box during that sprint. So that's a good link for all of that, and any upcoming sprints that get added will be put in there as well. So that is it for us tonight, and I will see you. Oh,
yes.
There you go.
Totally.
That too.
Love it.
Thank you for reminding me.
Yes, and have you scheduled those yet, Neva? Because I'll add them to the playlist if you've scheduled them. Just let me know in the chat. Because I know it just makes it easy because you can just go through the list and you've got them all there.
Yeah, it's great to have it in a playlist. That's the way to go. But that is the end of us, and I almost hit leave studio instead of end broadcast.
I've done that and left like Al and Brianna going, well, I don't know what we do, guys. I'm sorry, Margaret's just gone. She's gone. Where is she?
I really did, and I was like, oh no, that's not the right numbers. So they are scheduled, Margaret.
Beautiful.
Anyway, that's the end, and I will see you all. Margaret will see you tomorrow. I will see you Tuesday, and we'll see you soon.